Boom, 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 boom. Oy. Let's get going. Hey! What's up, Rob? Hello, KFC. Yeah, I had a decent weekend. Had some good food yesterday. Tacos. What else happened this weekend? We went on a party of friends. It's like slowly, maybe returning a little bit to normal. Coded a little bit, and most importantly, like the main thing this week is work I did over here on that station over there. So I reassembled or like put together parts that I had laying around, like my old computer. Found my old graphics card before I upgraded, put in a hard drive, did some stuff, and installed a gaming rig for my kid. So yeah. And it's pretty good. So it's a i7 6700K with RTX 970, 32 gigs of RAM, a 165 I think actually, but I run it at 120. But Hertz monitor, 27-inch 1440p. He's got a mechanical keyboard. He's got a 16-inch Cintiq to draw on. So I'm really spoiling the kid. It plays games really nicely. For like the 970, it's not bad at all. Like I'm playing Destiny 2 at pretty decent settings at high frame rates. Yeah, I went on a real like nerd trip because when we went on the to the barbecue kind of party, my kid were at my parents' house, so we had like a day. He slept over there, so I have had like a good like couple of hours where I could spend. So I actually installed Linux on it. Tried it's called Lutris, which is some kind of front-end launcher / installer for multiple. You can link your Steam account and stuff. Ultimately, Windows is just a better fit. at this point, but it's like pretty close. Steam, if I had to run Linux, Steam with Proton, it's actually pretty good. But things like sometimes it's hard to get out of full screen modes. It's just a little weird. One annoying thing I did was I went to the basement, found the box with the graphics card, and then I found the other box with the graphics card. This is the big one. This one has 3 fans. It's got double like PCIe. What's it called? The power connectors, and it was just like a hefty thing. And then I got the old what I thought at the time was my older, smaller, white single fan, single power connector thing. Put it in, and then I had these weird. The computer just shut off after a while. I spent a couple of hours like replacing the cables. Tried like double cabling the graphics card from 2 separate ports on the power supply. I ran it over HDMI, not over display port. I did all sorts of things, but nothing worked. And then I realized, why does it say 770 here in one of the menus? So it turned out to be like the 970 was the other card. So yeah, it's a few hours I'll never get back. Anyway, so back to Sabotage's question. So we are making a... I'm redoing the way these level generation works in the game. And the idea is more or less to have a templated system. I had this before, but I want to make it better, and I want it able to like work with mirrored stuff. So these are all mirrored. Can turn that off if I want to. So we could do something like that, but so we can work with that. But I'm at the stage where I can define a pattern. Let's say I click here. I can define this pattern. I can draw on it. I can erase from it. I can set 2 different bools on each with hotkeys, and I can define different brushes here if I wanted to draw with some other thing, like I want to draw with the floor, for example. I can draw that in. I can also press, I think it's Alt to pick up. It's like almost like a little pixel art thing. Yeah, it's robes. Game looks like it's not working in my current, but if you go to YouTube and you go to my stuff and you go to, I guess you can see this, but this is how the game plays, more or less. I can drop a link in the chat if you want to. Yeah, we want to generate this dungeon, and we can generate the layout, but we can't like spawn anything. So we're working on the thing that matches a pattern inside of this to different things. Anyway, so that's the way this is supposed to work. So we define these patterns, and then we just put in whatever Unity objects in there we want, and yeah. So let's see what people are saying. What if you did mirror X, mirror Y, and like rotate 90? I only want mirror X because it's different. Since the camera doesn't move, I want the back walls and the front walls to be different, because these are occluding and we're not seeing this face. No reason to put things on there. or at least less. So that's what the plan is. I might want to support things like a thing that matches. I probably just put in a border, floor border and ceiling border and pit border or something that can find those and mark them as a special type, and then we can do some auto tiling for like things, so I don't have to do all of it by hand, but maybe I just do it. Rotate doesn't really matter. It's probably might as well just do 2. The question is, if I want editor tools to create it. So if I took this and I press rotate over here, it like I take this, I copy it, I press rotate, and then I get everything that I need. I don't need to do that like runtime. I can do it at edit time. That I'm thinking we should do, probably. Will the game support multiplayer? Unlikely, I think. It's a lot more work. But we'll see. And it's also like hard to do from a game design standpoint too. Experience with game development, I don't. I tried Pop OS on that computer. I also installed it on this computer, but I couldn't make it write the bootloader, so I never got to try it a lot. So I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have any real experience with the development on Linux. I would expect things to sort of work, but it's probably a little bit janky, and if you can stand a little bit of jank, you're probably fine. Some things to look out for if you want to work with Nintendo Switch or any of the consoles. Don't expect there to be any way, except for like Wine or a virtual machine, to get the API or SDKs to work if you want to do Linux. Same goes for Macintosh, by the way. So yeah, if you want to do consoles at all, you probably need Windows, or it's easier if you use Windows. It's not only like the technical end, Mindrage, it's also like, how do you handle currency? Is it a shared co-op currency, and who can get to buy what? How do you balance the game? All those things are weird when you're talking about this. So anyway, so what we're working on here is making a system that matches this to this. And as I said, if you watched the stream, you probably saw the previous version of this, which already works. Let's pick a good seat. This one is cool because it's got all these weird stuff. So the way it works is I got this room grid, which is really just a big array of tiles, which are, yeah, they got some features to them. They will have more later on, but yeah. So we got a way to get a tile, and then we got this, which is sort of based on the same code, where we can put in different things, and you can edit this here. You can set it up to look like something. The idea is we're gonna make a bunch of these, and then we're gonna randomly select one and try it in a position. And if it works, we're gonna spawn it there, and we're gonna write to another array that this is now occupied. And this occupy thing is like, okay, so each of these tiles would be marked as occupied. There is these two little boxes in here, which I can turn on and off with hotkeys on my keyboard, which will denote if I want to check if this one is occupied, and if I want to write if this one is occupied. And I think the system will work, and that's part of what we're doing today. So if I write that this wall, for example, should be matching, and I say, okay, so do not put anything in here, but also I can check if I don't care about the floor here. I just it needs to be floor, but I don't care if something was put in there. So yeah, we can do something like that. I was thinking to do a pattern like maybe a pattern like this. So the magenta, it's weird because the magenta, I draw a pit here. Let's do draw it wall instead, and then read write occupy. Draw this in. Now the problem is that this one doesn't have the right colors or the same colors. It's going to be confusing. But as I take it, this is the wall color here. We could just grab a neutral gray instead for the walls. And then the floor is I would expect they be in this order, so it's unknown floor wall pit, unknown floor. So let's make the floor in some color. I think it's a dark cyan color. I also have this distance to wall function that I'm going to use to place grass on it. And yeah, let's see. So we're gonna need hello Fox. We are going to need to match this somewhere. So we see over here, for example, we should be able to find it, or over here. And the way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna there is a split down the center, and I'm gonna make a mirrored matcher or something that's just gonna check one side and then like flip whatever we generate to the other side. So not only do we save a little bit of time, we get some of the mirroring for free. And one thing that's nice about that is that if we put any larger features, like a big feature here, for example, the level could still be mirrored, even though, like, if I started checking in this corner, it might not match the same stuff on both sides. So I think it will work itself out. So let's start. So I started creating this match function that's gonna take. It's gonna be called from some other function, and it's gonna take. It lives on this piece, like the pattern, and then someone else is gonna ask if this matches a particular position in this grid. These grids can be offset, so they can have a center point, and then the grid can be like moved. I think that's one of the things that would help us if we do, like, let's say we take this one and we make it one of these, and then we say we want to rotate it 90 degrees with the editor thing. If we could have the center be there, we could do like -1 in X, -1 in Y, and that should work. The only problem I'm seeing is when stuff is mirrored, that we need to think about what happens if this part falls over the mirror line. but I'm not sure that's an actual issue yet. We can start by just matching it anywhere. So we want to calculate these var. Let's do y min is like where we start checking. We gotta know like what are we iterating over? Is it in let's do the simple version first, and we can optimize later. So we have a bound subject. Let's iterate over the local stuff first. So we want to get the grid tile is going to be at some position, and let's call it a matcher tile is going to be this. So we can just do get x comma y. That will be our thing. But getting the grid tile, I think we need to check if grid.inbound. Well, we can just do that, right? So var grid position is new vector2 int, and it's going to be x comma y with some modification. So I guess it's rx plus y and ry plus y. And that means we can probably do this. If not grid in bounds, x plus rx y plus ry, we just return false, because we cannot match anything if there are things outside. So that should be fine, and then we can get the actual grid position, but we don't need that. We can just assume less allocations, nice. Now we can check if these match. Let's just do a bool match tile function, which takes room grid matcher tile, matcher tile, and what do we call it on grid tile? Room grid tile, GT, and the way I want to match them is to check if mt dot read. Oh wait, we don't have occupy. Yeah, we can just add that to the grid tiles, I think. Set out the occupied status. If read occupy and grid tile dot occupied we return false, it's not a match. Then we can check if otherwise return mt.type equals gt.type. So we check if it's occupied, we don't care. If this is not red, but type needs always to match. Unless it's like, should we put in a check if MT is unknown at this point? So if I put it as unknown, we don't care what is in there, just to give it some kind of flexibility. Might be useful. So then we can just check if not match tile, MT and GT return false, and if everything in the end here passes, it's true. Ah. Sorry. We could put this function actually on we could do this. And we want to take this and then we check MT. I think flipping those would make more sense. Cool, so now a little bit more separation of concern. So this is doing the iteration over its own tiles. Yeah, and then we need a grid step that that matches room grid matchers. I have a vague idea of also having an intermediate step where we would save what is going to be instantiated instead of instantiating it directly. But I'm not sure about that, so maybe we do that later on. It should probably be fine. So we do like room grid matching grid step, room grid matcher. Let's call it friggin' names. Actually, they're called grid step because it ends with naming shit is so hard. Just borrow some of this. then we gotta go in our editor, which is called generation step editor, and make that addition. Let's take a quick dip into Unity. Call it the root, so we can have multiple stuff in here. And the root, yeah, we're gonna find all what's it called? Matchers. Find objects of type room grid matcher. And then we want to go through the entirety of our thing here. We have the grid.bounds. Let's do the whole thing first, and then we can do the mirroring. So we do grid.bounds ymin, grid.bounds ymax. Same here. Grid bounds xmin, grid bounds ymin. And then we can figure out if something matches by just going through all the matchers for each. Var matcher in matchers. And we potentially want to randomize the list of matchers for every tile within some thing, because before we had this priority system, so everything with the same priority can be randomized between those priorities. There was some reasons to do that, and maybe there isn't anymore with the potential of writing to the potential of writing to that thing, the occupy status thing. Maybe we don't need order. As much. We also need random stuff. So maybe we want to always take. Yeah, we'll see. Let's take the simple solution first. So we have to do matcher dot match. This is not, no, it's grid, and it's X and Y. If it matches, then we want to do something, and we want to break. We want to instantiate the thing. The thing is going to be the matcher. Oh, this is important too. The matchers need to be not instantiated, just so we know that. Let's do where get link. Not instantiated. We could do instance dot place. No, instantiated. It's true. And then we do the position is gonna be root transform position plus new vector 3 x comma 0 comma y. It's gonna be matcher transform rotation. So if we by accident rotate something, it'll copy it. Parent gonna be the root, and then we set it to instantiate it, and then we will say matcher dot right occupy, and then we pass it the same arguments as here. Now we implement that method. I want to put it down here. We copy. We just do the same thing here. Why? Then we just do if empty dot right occupy, or rather if we don't right occupy, return. Otherwise we get the other one, and then we set gt dot occupied equals true. So now we have updated that stuff. Oops. Cool. We have our room. For debug reasons, we have a room grid. We can actually draw another little thing here on top of everything. That's wall distance. If t dot occupied, you want to draw a black box at the center. Okay. Oh, sorry for not saying hi. Hi, Angel Lan. For 15 minutes ago. Focused. So in theory, we should be able to add a room grid matcher step here. And we want to have a root here. Pull that in there. Oh, look! It found those corners. From what I can see, it didn't write in those. So is there something else going on here? It looks like it should be writing all those, but not that one. So, is there something wrong with our stuff? Very much seems to be working, however, something is up. We want to go with floor. Does right occupy matter? Because if I right occupy on the floor, oh well, then the things that could overwrite it will be, I don't care, but then maybe this system doesn't work. I don't know yet. But now I have another like floor thing. Let's create another one. It's going to be a single tile floor. Ooh, okay. I can't make it smaller because I haven't set it up to be like that. That's fine. Let's make another, like a bigger version of this. I also want to kind of try this out. Why can I not move my stuff? It's got to do... Like I would like to be able to drag here, but there's some issue. We're gonna need the priority system. And also we don't have randomization now, so probably just picks the this one. Okay, let's start getting this thing in here. We need a random. And we need to modify our matcher to have a couple more things like public, float, chance, range between 0 and 1. I set it to 1 by default. Then we need priority. This is gonna be an int. It starts at like 100 or something. Oh, Sure, this will work. Maybe I should make these... No, if I make them static, we can't do it. Okay, never mind. State parameters. We get this, and in our room grid, match your step, close others. We will also check that random dot float is less than matcher dot chance. Let's do less than or equal to. So if there's never once in a whatever resolution of float chance that yeah, so that's a good thing. And then we need to randomize the order of the matchers. Matchers in random order. Let's also have a toggle on them. So we can disable them. Except it should be uppercase E, right? Matchers, and then we do like how do we do this? We say order by m dot priority plus some random number. So anything that has the same priority, exact same number priority, it will... Hey, Spies with the raid! Welcome, raiders! How are you doing today? How are you, Spies? It's already lunch? Yeah, I guess it is. And the higher the priority, the earlier it will be placed. So it will be ordered by descending. Did you have a good stream today? Nice, nice, nice. I saw it on my email, I think. Hey, Adam. We just got double rated here. Now it's like everyone on Twitch is watching me. That's good. Welcome, peeps. So everyone go follow dev_Spius and yeah, from the Spius raid, go follow Adam C. Jonas. How are you doing? Everything all right there? You got a good stream in today? This is crazy. My counter says 204 viewers, and the game doesn't quite run right now. Weird. Can we? I just want to show you the game, but the game doesn't run right now. So since there's a lot of people here, I'm showing a video of me playing the game. It's a top-down action roguelike game where you buy the spells, so you get all those things down here from a shop, and you can combine and make different builds. You also get different blessings, which are the icons down here. Yeah, so it's like pixel art. It's like the ugly offspring of like Nuclear Throne, Diablo 3 or Diablo in general, and the exploration tree system from what's it called? Slay the Spire, and some of the economy from Snake RX. It's not made in 20 hours. I'm on day 32 now, or 33 or whatever. It says something in the... Yeah, day 33. So I originally made it in a week or 5 days, and then I liked it so much I kept going with it. Yeah, so it's got some interesting stuff with it. Currently we're working on the level generation. I made a refactor and I'm making some improvements to it as we go. We got this what's it called? Space Invader generator, which generates all these different level layouts, and I'm working on the system that spawns the walls and floor tiles and so on. Hey, take it easy. Hello, I can't even speak. Adam's stream was good. You were making stuff. I like that. What is it, by the way? Okay, I'll let you go, Spice. Yeah, so we it used to be this long file that just did everything, and now we split it up into all these recombinable steps, so you can kind of turn things off and on. Oh, we need to clear this one. I didn't realize. Ah, whatever. So have it on, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, it's a little bit better now than what it used to be. Kind of change the scale of the room in one if you want to have bigger rooms and so on. So we're working on this. I guess the one that clears initialize room grid step. Let's add public transform array of what? Yeah. So the clear method. I guess it's run before everything. I think it works. We just do for each child, or for each transform in clear transforms, destroy utils, destroy children of transform. And then we add this root transform to this initialize thing. That didn't go well, it looks like. Oh, okay, maybe it does. So now when we toggle this on and off, it will actually be cleared. Nice. Okay, so let's set up the priorities of these things. Let's even get like a blueprint, or call it matchers. Wait, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to name it matchers. We want to put in all these matchers here. Um, so, you know what? Actually, this matcher, let's have a public transform matcher root. And then instead of find objects of type, let's do matcher root game object. We don't need that. Get components in children. Room grid matcher. Let's split this up into multiple rows for easier readability. And then we just link this in here. This means we can have multiple libraries of matchers if we want to. I think that's got to be useful. Yeah. I wonder what the null refs are. If they're intermittent or they're actually a problem. So put on the grid matcher. Right, so now corners should have a higher priority. Let's say they have 200. And then what if we disable all what? Multigrid not supported? That it should be supported. Sort of can't. That function should work still. Might be weird, but let's try it. Super cool. What is a super cool? That should work, I think. There might be some, so let's turn off enabled here and go here. And now it actually finds those. And what is the corner has priority 200 and these are priority 100. So why doesn't it, let's say we put on this thing then. We make that enabled, and we just go in here and then we regenerate. That seems to work. But if I turn on this, then those stop working because this one overrides it. But since corner has a higher priority, I don't understand how that can be. Okay, why? We are sure to make this a float. What if we did like 5 times? What's this? That's wrong, but it wasn't probably the cause of this. Matchers in random order. Order by descending. Don't think that matters either. The idea is maybe this for each doesn't do it in the right order. Now nothing works. How's this possible? Thank you. This is what I'm looking for in you, you guys in the chat. You need to call me out on my bullshit here. But as long as this is enabled, it's not gonna work. But I don't know why. So floor 1 has probability of 100 and chance of 1. And when that's enabled, nothing works. Why? Why doesn't that work? Oh, we have some leftovers here too. Ordered innumerable. We do it on every new X. We get a new order of these, which I don't care. It's probably a memory hog, but it's probably fine. Descending should put the higher numbers first. Oh, I understand what's going on here. We gotta do it in 2 steps, of course. So we're gonna copy the code from the old stuff here. So this is what the file used to be like. It's like one big thing, and now we're moving to another, more what should we call it? Like segmented or. But I do think we did have an instantiator or something. or didn't we? Blueprint placer. So yeah, we have this blueprint group, which groups by priority, so that we do everything in one priority first. Because what's happening now is, since this tile can never place this before that one, and then in the next tile it tries, or some later tile it tries to do this, but at that point this one has already been placed, so we got to do it by priority order first. I already solved this problem, I just don't remember. So let's call this matcher groups. And then we take this. I can just do matchers, I guess. And we already know, we already did the filtering up here. And then we have order by descending key. What's this? Oh, the key is the thing we're grouping by. And then we get this. And then we just do a new for each. Group. Matcher groups. Bring this up here. Bring this down somewhere around here. And then instead of matchers, we do like group. And then my thinking is maybe matcher group is a better name for it. And then we can order this. And then I don't think this matters. Look at that, now this matches. So now we have a working system. Unfortunately, these are empty. So we could put in like that pattern by using things we already have, which is what I'm considering. Do we? Let's not bother with making editor tools for everything right now. Make this simple. So we want to okay, so there's two parts to this. We could and there's a decent reason why I want to do this, but we could set up another thing that does a auto tile kind of system that calculates that for every tile, and then we could just have floor border as a tile type that we set, and then it's already calculated what index in some array of sprites or whatever that this should have, the bordering stuff. In that case, then I don't want to write What I could do is I'm unsure what I want to do with this. If I wanted to have, yeah. As usual, let's just keep it simple. So we want to pick this up, draw that there. Then this, unfortunately, we have to draw with floor, I guess. We want this to not write. And now we want to add a, let's call it root, and then inside of here we'll drag in our models. Let's like put the walls in here somewhere. All of these need a better material. Walls. Oh, also this button down there we need to rewrite. Okay, let's see if we can grab. You know what? With this, I could say don't write that and don't write that, which means I can put in only this thing over here. Need to snap to half units. Probably go straight ahead above, and then we need to put this inside of this corner. Root. Now it should spawn this in here, but leave it open for something else to match this. That's what I'm thinking. I'm mostly just testing the system here now, but it doesn't. Yeah, let's see if this works. We should be able to like copy these two and just change. Pick this up, remove that, copy that, paste that. Now this one needs that, and that one needs to be toggle default. Why? Check it. It actually correctly identified all of the corners now. Which means I should be able to do this. Why can I not move them? It's getting crazy. Annoying. Also, matchers. Make sure everything here is snapped to the grid. I want to move this, but it doesn't let me. If I do that, maybe. Annoying, but whatever. So this, I want to have like, I want to draw a wall here, and I want it to be a non-written floor there. Is that what it is? Floor? Just need to toggle that. Oh, I think if I'm outside of the that kind of works. So generally want to draw that there, and then we want the drawing to be a wall with both on. Okay, what do you think? It's gonna work? It's almost working. I have something set up wrong here, where it probably writes when it shouldn't. So check all the flags. It's hard to tell, but none of those are written. Let's just double check that is in that order. So if I pick this up versus picking that up, it's right that gets toggled. Okay. That one is wrong. Nope. Q and then toggle V. All of these should be read but not write. I think you're right there. Walls go at 110 and see if that is causing it. Yes. So we do walls before the floor, for example. These are not marked occupied, weirdly. So I guess those didn't work. Didn't match anything. Corners seem to be inversed. Did I rotate something? Agree, that looks weird. It shouldn't match those, is what that shouldn't be a corner at all. How can that be? They look correct here to me. It's like I think it's correctly set up, but maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way. If I look at it, like, why is it matching? Ah, it's double matching. But why would this match? I don't understand that. Oh, it's not. It's matching walls where there shouldn't be walls. That's the problem. I guess we can... maybe we should set the corners first. This is corner northeast, and it's the inner corner. This is the northwest corner. This is the southwest corner. And this is the southeast, I guess. And these they already have a much higher than the walls. So the question is, why do we put in the corners, and they should write occupied to that, and these should sense what's going on. don't think this solved anything. We didn't do anything, right? It's the same. But the issue is not that there's a corner there. It's the issue is that there are two walls that are overlapping. And the reason it's doing that is because that the corners aren't properly matching those, because it's an outer corner and we only have inner corners. Okay, so it's not that weird. It's just that our rules are not set up quite perfectly. So we want to make copies of these, I guess. And we want to copy this and draw that. And then we want to swap out this model. With this. Outer corner southeast, I would call that. I don't really need a root thing here, do I? Guess I could just rotate it. So in this case I want to copy this, paste that there, do that over, rotate it. Except that's not what I wanted actually. Let's put this here and move it up. Cover that up, put that there, cover that up, put that there. This one is already correct. Swap to this one. No. Can I undo? Yes. Nice. Paste that there. Cool. So now we just need to name these. It is the southeast. This one is the northwest. This one is the southwest. And this one is the northeast. Okay, let's see if the room generator now works. Randomize. Yes. So now we can turn on our walls. And we forgot something. Okay. Still overwriting stuff weirdly. Are we not using read? This is really strange. Turn this off for a second. That should have been a corner, right? So we're... turn off that too. Does it... Yeah, so it's walls and outer corners have the same... No? These have 110 and these have 200. These should go up here, so it's like all these have 200 priority and should be done before. Did we actually use the read occupied thing properly? So if read occupy and the grid tile is occupied, then we return false. If read occupy is false, we still need to check the type for it to be true, and that is correct, I would assume. So yeah, seems correct. Did we do any kind of... We group it on key and it's like priority, so that should work. Wouldn't read occupy being false return false? So if this is false, this can never be called. It's also not this. It's this needs to be true and this needs to be true for this to be false, or for this function to return false. Inside of the group, we don't need to take priority into account. We can just have a random number. So as long as we're not enabling a wall, it is correct. As soon as we enable a wall, it becomes incorrect. Because the wall is not reading that the corner is occupied. So can that be just that we haven't set this up correctly? See, no, it is set up to be, from what I can tell, all of these are write and read, and the walls to the north is set up to write and read. It's possible there's an offset maybe. I just want to confirm that what happens here is that I go through all the groups first, and then I scan the whole grid for each group. And what if I look at hide that and just look at this and regenerate, and why don't I see occupied anywhere? Like this is the only ones that are marked occupy. Is there lots of errors here that I'm missing? No. It doesn't look like it writes occupy correctly. Is no early exits here. It only works for that. Why is that? Does things get overwritten somehow? I am confused. Let's take one. So that one gets written, but that one doesn't. And this one doesn't. Don't. Let's just take this one and just make sure that it is the one that has wall on it has read and write occupy. Why do we have read occupy for those? I don't think we should. Don't place this if that is occupied. I think my brain is going to still wrong, but now no, we're still getting all the overlaps we could imagine. Now everything is occupied, at least. Is that because of the floor? There's the whole offset thing here, where this one doesn't really have an offset, but these ones do. I wonder if that's doing it. Oh, Lawrence. Make sure we have everything set up right here. Get something to drink. We're breaking everything, it seems. Miss. Simplify. From what I can tell, this doesn't right occupy on this node here. Which means it doesn't do it. We're making the periodic table, yeah. If this doesn't... If this doesn't create a lot of errors, I think... It doesn't. So now we can see all these are black now instead of being black. They should be white if it did work. So why doesn't this work? So we start at ymin xmin. We go from X to bounds. My guess is that this doesn't get called. Ah, it does look like a Lego base plate. Screwed up. Like that. So it does get called 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. We do T. X and Y, X plus RX, Y plus RY. Comma. No one says anything about that obvious issue. Chat, as a pair programmer, you have failed me. Which means also that this is why this failed. There we go, now it's occupied. That makes a difference, pretty sure. Now it works everywhere except for here. It's not occupied. Seems to have some kind of issue. It's not reversed or anything like that. Nope. It's only in a few places. Why doesn't... Oh, the floor doesn't really have anything yet. So here it doesn't work. Here it doesn't. It does. Okay. So looking at it from the above with an ortho camera, we can see that there is like there, that's the same. Now it's those corners that are not working. They're not supposed to write in those anyway. Which ones were it? It was... it's drawing this top left thing. That one. It's denying things on that, but it shouldn't write there, so it's true even if we turn off floors. So how could this be? It is not a problem here. Don't understand. So it's not writing the occupy to them, but it's also not, the wall is not matching this for some reason when it's matching that. But if I turn off that corner, turn everything off and only use wall north. It works. Or but as soon as I introduce inner corner north east, it still works in this case. Okay, so take all the inner corners and enable them. That seems to be working. Let's take all the outer corners and enable them. It seems also to be working and overwrite the walls that should be doing. Okay, let's take the north wall is already done. South wall, I would expect to not destroy it. Seems nice. The east wall. That makes it break. So wall east is weird somehow, but it looks correct. I do check floor. It needs to have a floor here. So this is broken somehow, but I don't know how. So the floor type should have not read or write. The wall type has read and write. But did that also break? Yeah, it breaks this one, probably because this guy is somehow blocking this. But I don't understand why. Ideas are welcome. If we only do only east wall, then it works perfectly. And then we do only east wall and now northeast. And it still works. And then we do north wall. And it's the north wall that's the problem. What do we do? What is causing this? Could there be an offset somehow where it doesn't check the right stuff? So 4 walls when there is no offset. Is it possible that it reads like 1 level up or something? Because it does look like we're writing occupied in the right place. So could it be that we're reading the wrong thing? But it places everything in the right position, usually. Fun how we reverse these. Not that it matters, but... these values will be negative values. X and Y can be negative values because these can be negative values. What if we ignored this and just wrote occupy on everything? Will that solve the problem, sort of? Made it worse, of course. Because now we write occupy there. No bueno. Blah. It has to do something with the order. But let's say I looked at this from below so we can see it's not. I guess it is doing the. Let's remove the floor for a second. So you clearly see that it's matching these up with whatever they should be, except for when it happens in that particular configuration. So like it's gonna go from here, zip, 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 all the way up here. So we'll go like this first. And here it should find... Well, the first time it tries to put the corners in there, and it will say, nope, there's no corner on that tile. And then we will go up here and say, yes, there is a corner here. Make that occupied, spawn that in there. That's not a terrible idea, actually. So, goes. And then it comes here again when this should have been matched. And we wrote here, but it should only have set one of those things to be... One of the tiles should be occupied here. And it is. It's white there. But that one is still black. So the only thing I can think is that this wall doesn't match like it should because something is not right. If we could put in a debug here too. Let me see. So we want to do, say we're doing the north wall. We set this to be debug. See if there's any out of bounds. There's not any out of bounds. Really have a good way of measuring the size, but what we can do is change our remove the scaling, for example, and maybe remove all the iterations. That should make a very simple thing. There we go. Also remove the mirroring and the thickness of the walls. So now we're at a stage where we don't get that many checks. Maybe we can read what's going on here. So the place where it doesn't match is at this right side is what it's comparing to. It's like 1 1 2 1 3 1, and at the stage where we do this, these are the right ones. So we offset by 1. That's why it starts at I don't actually know. So, but it should be like, is it? Actually, don't know. It's also else. It's also show where it did match. So maybe we can figure it out from that. So we're talking about the north wall here. That's the one we're debugging, but this is not a good one. It should be the east wall we're debugging. There we go. So there should only be one match here. There's only one each east wall. Like, why is there multiple matches? Sounds suspicious to me. Just double check that it is in fact the east wall. Wall E clone. How come it matches? Did I forget to turn off debug on some matchers? Oh no. Oh, it matches, of course, it matches all the tiles. So this is inside of this loop, of course. So the thing when it matches is not... Yeah, we can't quite do that. We've got to put it down here. This is position 1, 2, we know now. This one. So it is 0, 1, that's where this is. So it's comparing these. This is 1, 0. This is 0, 1. 1, 1, 1. 1, 2. Something. It seems to be consistent for a given map. It's the specific tiles that fail. So set a breakpoint on accessing one of those. If you know, I mean, so why doesn't it match 1, 3 then? So this is Y1, Y2, Y3. So now that I know, can I somehow make this less wide? I have fewer. What happened here? There we go. Now I have only like 16 tiles. We can individually inspect them. So, for example, this would be index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Index 10 is a wall. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 is a wall. 9 is a floor. Neither are occupied. Does it do anything if I move this? If it does, then I guess we know that it's dependent on that the offset is weird. Yep. Changing the offset will make it check earlier. But what I know is that the walls are on 110 and the corners are 200. So if I wonder if it's comparing against the wrong ones. But how can it still work then? But just make sure it's not the random thing that happens. No, it's not. But it changed now, didn't it? I probably pressed randomized or something. So this is also weird. With different seeds, we get different results. Turn off everything except the very most necessary things. Now we get null refs, unfortunately. Where? Now we get a lot more of these, but it doesn't matter. How come it doesn't make the... because we haven't turned this on, right. So how can the different seeds generate different results? It can only do that because we have orders. We apply them in random order. So sometimes something in the same group as the left or right wall. So what it is that this guy somehow denies this guy. That should be something. Let's turn off debug. Clean things up a little bit. So dependent on the order, that these are applied, this one overrides that one. If I never use this one, if I turn this off, does it work? It always works and it's always the same. So this one somehow does something that affects this to the point where it's doing some tests here. Now it always works. So there is something fishy going on here with when the offsets are at 0. It does, now it's gonna pick this one first. Hello, Monghart. I'm trying to figure out this procgen thing. Oops, that's probably a little bit much. There we go. What's this? Mm. Turn all these things back on. Yes, and then we move our mattress again. So we forgot to turn on the pits. Yes. Still don't understand why this doesn't work, but it has to do with when we have the wall north in this scenario has 0, 0 on the bounds. And this one now has -1, -1. Now that works because this one gets tried after that one always. And that doesn't make sense that matters. At all. But now it works always, and I have no idea why. Let's see if we can break it by changing this back. So make this 0, 0. Move it into a reasonable position. Then move this guy. Boop. And now it will not work. Yeah, now it stops working. So it has to do which order it tests the tiles, but we're not writing anything to the tile map. Get the local occupy status for the thing we're trying to write. I'm just trying to figure out if this is used. Only time it's used is read here and written here. And the only, let's check where the type is written. There are no equal signs here that could overwrite the type or something. Does the wall check look for wall 0, 0? Yes. never got any out of bounds, so that's not the issue. And match tile, the only thing it does is check if it's comparing, never will match a null tile. And it checks if it is already occupied. Could it be this? Where something is unknown? It couldn't be. Not really using unknown, but if we were... I kind of want to get going, but this is like, there is something here that I don't understand about my own system, so I probably have to figure it out. This break, I understand now. Now I understand what's happening. So when I offset these, so if it matches one thing on that particular point, it breaks and it doesn't check the next one. When I have an offset, that means I can read in different places. Like it's possible to match the same thing on multiple, like the center point. So if I don't break here, instead I spawn everything that can be spawned there, it should work. That's why the offset matters, because let's say I go through this loop and I check at all the different positions, through, and then at the same position, like this and that. Let's say this one is checked first in one go, then and you can see the point is there. On this one, the point is on the same place, so these two can potentially be instantiated at the same position. What matters is whether or not one of them is writing occupy to the point. So now works. Question is, how many things did we destroy in the making of this? That I do not know. Are these correct? These ones do not have that. Yeah, let's get rid of this and get it from the other thing, and then we can start build this up. Potentially we could actually build this up in the other scene already. Gonna probably move this thing, and we're gonna use it later. But let's put it down here, and I think it should still, yeah, it supports that. So for example, now we have a whole bunch of these already set up. Mostly I'm interested in the floor ones to convert those. Let's copy these over to our matchers. They're over here. We can remove our previous floors. Oh, we don't have the single. Copy that one, put it in here. Get it over here. Cool. So all of these floor things need to not have blueprint and tile grid on them. Instead, they're gonna get the room grid matcher. And these are super broken now. Why? Unfortunately, I can't see anything or change anything because it's broken. But I don't understand why. So all the other matchers have a room grid matcher, and that has the tiles. Remove those, then start with one. That one breaks too. Maybe. There we go. Cool. So now we should be able to like change the sizes here. Now all of these got to be filled with the same thing. So let's just make one brush that's floor that reads and writes occupied. I should be able to like select all of them. Works. So I set up the floor to work with this too. Still have this arena thing and the shop. If we move this to 0, 0, we should be able to see it. And if I turn off Run Manager, I think we can even move in it. Except that we have a blackout that's not getting... how do we handle this? Turn off the canvas. Check it! We can even... no. We could not collide with the walls. Because I stupidly didn't put that in there. Okay, so now more or less all of these need a box collider on them. Still move through them. That just surprised me a little bit. Why didn't the box collider work? That one. Because I haven't regenerated. That's why. It's not like using the actual... Am I, though? I don't know. Now it works. First of all, make sure these are all some kind of grid. The other part with this is, why don't we see the tiles? Okay. Okay. So we could continue with generating that trim around here and that trim around here. So what I'm thinking is we could set up a bunch of rules that say calculate trims, or like a grid step that or a generator step that converts certain types like floor, and then it generates some kind of auto tiling on these, and then we can use certain numbers in that auto tile to convert the node tile, or this one, to be like floor trim. And then we use a that value for the, we have only one node that is floor trim, and that value that we read from the tile, which is the ID of the offset of the texture, we'll get there, maybe. An alternative is that every floor tile checks that for every position in it. But I think this might be a better solution, where we have the single tile that's like the trim tile. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Got it. So we do that in between here somewhere. So we have distance to wall grid step. Let's make one that is like auto tile grid step that will set a number on each of these according to what their neighbors are. Okay, let's do it. So room grid tile, not matcher, room grid tile has public int auto tile index equals -1. And then when we copy these, I guess we want to copy occupied too, actually, if we clone them. Yes. Sure. Okay, now in our floor generator, we used to do like this thing. This is the algorithm that we're after for each of the tiles. Sort of, but yeah. So let's create our new generation step here, which is going to be called like auto tile room grid step mono behavior, and then we're gonna get it from some other distance to wall. Seems like a perfect. Edit our editor to include that. Sure is an inconvenience. There were any way of doing that. Would be nice. Anyway, so now we can do we can modify this. So the order here is important to get the same thing. So we want to do like var t is actually going to be grid.get p t dot auto tile index is 0, and then if we're gonna need a function for this, we just do like bool compare offset or compare tiles. And we check like 2 tiles. A and B. And then return A dot type equals B dot type. And then we have to do this if A equals null and or B equals null, return false. Otherwise we check if the type is the same. Sure, that'll work. And then if up equals get grid.get p plus vec2 int up. Down, left, and right. Down, left, and right. We can grab these and change t to be t.autoTileIndex. So check all the positions, set the auto tile index to 0, and then we need to make sure if t equals null, because it can be null in some cases, I guess. just continue because we don't want to set anything. Then we get those, and then we compare those, and then we have set up our auto tile index. So if there's no difference to any of the neighbors, we could convert also. And we know that if auto tile index is 1, yeah, let's do this. New, trim. Come on. Call it from and to. We can check if or t dot auto tile index equals 0, which would indicate that it has no differing neighbors. Now we can check all replacers. So if t dot type replacer from t dot type equals replacer 2. Now we can say like wall replace with this if it's within. Oh, it's gonna work for the floor because the floor doesn't like place anything on the edge, but the wall is not gonna work. But maybe it will work. So let's turn this off and make sure we see the grid. And we're gonna need more colors because we're gonna add types. have no idea what those are, but it must be here. No. There we go. Floor trim. And then wall trim. Trim room grid step needs to go in here. And then we need to have the other one. What do we call it? Auto tile something. Should go before. So we want to convert from. Let's start with the floor to floor trim. Should be like a darker version of that. So this one doesn't work. Auto tile index is not null. Did I do it in the wrong order? Auto tile should go before. Auto tile goes before. To add both these to the file too. Forgot about that. That one was already added. Just didn't. Seems it oh, music is loud today. And I'm a little bit soft maybe, so this one actually does something now. It converts all floor nodes to floor trim nodes. So if this is true, then we should, yeah, so this should return true if it's not the same. Nope. Let's call this something where we can understand it. Should be a darker border around here now. Yep. Does that not works? This worries me a little bit. That corner is not picked up by this. One way we can solve it is by misusing this. So we can actually put a tile in here and tell it to write that to be one of those. So if I instantiate now, the floor works, but the walls don't work because I've replaced all the walls. Well, why doesn't the walls work? I don't think any of these, like, we haven't told the walls to... the matcher on the rooms are, or the walls are not against a floor. Yeah. That's pretty easy to fix. We can just draw with floor trim instead. Just that we have to do it in a bunch of places. But let's do this. That should now work. No bueno. That surprises me a little bit. Didn't I draw with floor trim on these? How did I screw it up? Oh, the other one is wall trim now. No, it can't. It shouldn't be wall trim because we haven't set it up to swap it. Only the floor should be different. So tell me why. I know why, because we wrote... Still no. What the F? W the actual F. it is actually like drawing using floor trim, read occupy, right occupy. There's no wall trim applied. Only floor turns into floor trim. There we go. That was, it was turned off. Okay. After it's instantiated, I want to call a function on this that can be overridden to have a maybe there should be an interface that like plays. Look there. That's an error, I think. But why? Because the corners are not caught in there. But I have a solution. So outer corner, we want to draw with unknown. So we don't care what's in there. And just do this. This will mean that meeting corners should also sort of work. Except that didn't work at all. Because I removed that piece of code, I think. In Room Grid Matcher. If type of this tile is room grid type unknown, or type is the same. Now that works again, and I probably won't use it this way, but this is one way of testing that I understand what's going on. I think I'm starting, things are starting to settle in. It's a little bit loud with music here on Celeste, isn't it? Also, time for something else. Maybe I should also go be go away for lunch or something, maybe. Haven't eaten anything. Music by Spotify instead. What time is it? It's 1. Yeah, maybe it's time to take a little break. Would be nice to get that auto tiling in here. Let's call them 2-1. What? Floor 2-1. Floor 3-2. This one is floor 3-1. 2-1, and this one is also like floor 2-2, and this is floor 1-1, and then we duplicate that into floor trim 1-1. So the idea here is that we'll have this as a trim node instead, and we will draw with floor trim, read and write, and then we just put that in there. So now we should be getting all the way to the edges, and that looks better, except so now it randomizes which tile should go here. And what I would like is for this to send some kind of event or something that this has been placed with this grid at this position, so that that can read the tile index more or less instead of this random texture offset. Let's make a copy of this and be like texture offset, or I guess we just copy this to be like auto tile texture offset. And then we create an interface that whenever something gets placed, gets called sure. I matcher instantiated. What's happened there? I think I cancelled it. Did I do something terrible? No. New file. iMatcher instantiated. But it's not going to be a mono behavior at all. It's going to be a public interface. And it's going to have a public on was instantiated with like room grid grid int room x int room y, and then I'll have to do something with that if I have this interface. And I can use the like local position to calculate where I am in relation to whatever the matcher instance is. Maybe we should pass the matcher too. room grid matcher. Okay. I don't know if you do on prefix for these. Who knows? Where's the matcher? We're gonna take this instance and do like for each var interface or RGI in instance.getComponents in children of type I room grid matcher instantiated and then we do like RGI dot was instantiated or whatever, but apparently we have to tap in here to get that thing. RGI shouldn't have public in there at all. It should be void. And then we just pass in grid. We pass in matcher. And then we pass in X and Y, I think. Then we can create an auto room grid tile thing or something that will work, I guess. Double tile. And this one will be very similar to the random texture offset. We'll use the same kind of thing. To the material property block, and we will make this happen. So I room grid. Yes, we gotta. Cool. So this is when we call these functions. The first thing we want to do is get the tile. We got to do like TP, which is tile position for ourselves. So we take new vector 2int rx ry. So if it's not moved, this would work, but we would also subtract from here floor to int is what I'm thinking, and we'll subtract transform local position x and transform dot local position z to get the x and y position inside of that, and then we can do var tile is gonna be grid dot get tile position. Call that p in all the other places, so it's continue with that. And then we can say we can like say the size of the texture. I think it's 16 by 16 in this case, and then we can check like a random row from this. This is how it's gonna work. Int row is gonna be something like 6. I don't know yet. And then we can potentially give us a number of random rows, so we can select between rows 5 through 6 or something, and it can make it like a little bit random, but that's for later. But let's pick one for now. And then we can do the offset here is gonna be something like t.autotileindex divided by texture size dot x. That's the offset, and then and then we want the y coordinate to be something in regards to row, but this doesn't support that quite, because it's the offset of this thing is gonna be bottom left corner. So let's see if we can fix this. The thing is, we have this floor. Let's try a quad here instead, and the quad should be textured, I think. But it doesn't really have a good texture, so let's just pick something that has a texture. Cape is not great. Let's get rid of that, and that one, no, that's a really bad one, because that one already has one. So do we not have a single material that has a simple texture? Okay, let's create a debug material first. Or maybe we can just use the floor trim material. Floor trim. And then the albedo. We want it to be texture, I think. And then floor. Or it's actually in the walls texture. So this is how this should look. Here we go. But this is upside down. That's why it's weird. We really want this to be like this. So there's not a lot of weirdness going on. And this one, it's gonna be a matcher. And this one is the one that's gonna have the auto room grid tile on it. It's got a one issue here, is that it's weirdly positioned. That's gonna be floored down, so it's gonna still work, I think. The texture size is here. Row is 6. And we should be able to... Is this changing when I'm... No. This should be offset 0, I think. But that changes all the time. Because we have this update texture offset in onValidate. Let's not do that for now. This will be called though and set up. But I think this should be 1 divided by texture size.x and divided by texture size.y. And then we got offset, and then we should be doing like row divided by texture size.y. Gonna rename those later, but changing that will do. This should do nothing. Put it at row 0 for now and see if it works. But we also need to modify it so it's actually doing floor trim, which it does. Let's enable, and yeah, very cool. Hey, it works. Somewhat, at least. It is picking something from this. I think we've set the row to something. Oh, also we shouldn't forget to add the box collider to this. I don't understand quite, but it's picking that thing there and not anything else. So it's probably that the auto tile grid thing is not setting things properly. Just see that what these values are. Should be a lot of 1, 4, 8, 3, 2, 12. Yeah, that seems reasonable. But then this doesn't, so. But this gets called. It seems like this value gets very close to 0. did look like we were getting different values, so that should probably be okay. I'm thinking maybe, and the size seems correct, so these two probably correct. But why is this weird? What if we did this? Does it change which sprite it shows? Sure does. There is a row that we wanted to pick, and we will figure it out from Photoshop. Hello, Mind Rage. We have had troubles today. It's been a struggle. Sure, so we're gonna figure out what the tile index we want is. We probably want this, so it's like 15 more or less. Let's try that. Trim is gonna be 15, and we regenerate, and that doesn't work at all. Oh, we're not using that number right now. That's fine. Row. But auto tile index divided by texture size doesn't seem to work. It's not. It is that it's not working, that's the problem. It's actually doing it, but we're somehow calculating the wrong things here. I know what's happening. So this auto tile will no, it shouldn't change anything, so that should be fine. Up, down, left, right. It should like pick this one. That's what I'm thinking at this point. Which means this is tiles are the same. If we do this, then and then we rename this. Not quite. This looks like a lot is that it's picking from the wrong tile. So our auto tile thing needs to be offset, not so we take the room position, but we need to also subtract the matcher.bounds xmin and I think maybe these are 0 in this case, so it doesn't do any difference. So then it could be that the floor here does something weird. You can tell how it's like offset by yeah, this one doesn't have an offset. This one is offset by half. And that should be... Wait. So is the entire... Yeah. There is one issue here, right. Okay, so... the grid step will set auto tile index to 0, and then the replacer trim, it will check, but it should check if it is 16 or it should check if it is 15 and not do it. Which would have been correct, although inverted, if it was offset by whatever that is. So why is the offset wrong on our things? I guess we could just subtract 1 and get the correct answer, but I don't understand why we should have to. And it wasn't that. There we go. Now we get things correctly, but I don't understand why we get them correctly. It's always fun. we should be able to like flip between these here. Perfect. In case that it doesn't work like this, what I'm thinking is if we place that here. Oh, they're placed above the ground. Weird. We sort of should be able to place it here and kind of should all work, except we also need to realize set these to be right. Doesn't work. Probably read occupied too now that I think of it. And then we need to take the square and put it inside of all of them. I have no idea what that one is weird. It's a little bit of a hack, but I'm fine with it for now. Oh, what? Is it working if we... It is, yeah. I think it has to do with the onValidate not being called properly there. Oh, you know what? We can do this on was instantiated. We can still update texture offset. We do this instead. Auto. think this is relatively quick, so yes, that works now. One thing we could do is to add another thing that responds to what's placed and say generate which foliage object should live on that tile. Okay, so now we need to do the same thing for the surrounds here. Let's set up the wall trim. The problem is we don't have wall trim yet, and it's gonna be slightly different. But in theory, like, we should be able to find the column, or rather the row that has this if we want. Actually, the walls should match the wall trim, and this should match the walls. Feels really not what I need, but let's try it out. So let's add another thing that converts walls to wall trim, which makes everything go away. It sort of works in some places, which surprises me. Why is it so strange, though? Because I think this one is not doing what it should. Yeah. We haven't changed it yet. We want this to be wall trim. No, we want it to be wall. And this is matching floor, I think. So this is now the trim, but it's not actually doing the right thing here. Because the order tiles are on the wall side of things. don't understand. Yeah, the auto tiling is not gonna happen on this, whatever this is out here. Now really all the walls and corners are the trim. I could run the auto tiler again. It should give the same no, it will make... It won't work either because it will make those... Well, I guess if we do it first for... I think I'm ready to take a break here. Maybe this should not be done in this way. We can do... I mean... I don't really want to change all my wall templates to include a further step behind. So we're gonna get the tiling, and then we got wall trim on the place where the wall is. You know what we can do is set it up earlier so that when we find the walls, we can say the actual type becomes So we will set it up to be wall trim if it's right next to something. We kind of don't want the matcher step right now. We want to see this. We don't want this. We want one of those. So now we know that those are the things. So that's where we will. Question is like, do we place the walls there or? So these will actually replace. That will be wall, and that will be wall trim, and then these will be updated accordingly using the algos. Doesn't look right, but it's something. Let's use the same row as this guy, row 15 for now. Because it's almost working now. It just, yeah, it is actually working. It's just a matter of getting the walls to work again, but I think we can do that. So gizmos, select all the walls. And then what we actually want to do is draw. These are not going to be placed on wall trim. So in many cases we want to draw the ones that are both read and write first. So we do these. It's easy to draw from the other side, maybe. Yes. And these should now be floor trim. That is the yellow, I think. Looks relatively correct, I think. So it's why is it yellow though? If I pick this up, what does that mean? That should match floor trim is what I'm saying, and it should be not either of those. It's already true, but the wall trim doesn't get a color. Should do these two, and then wall trim without writing. No, that's wrong. It's entirely wrong. Let's do this. I gotta redo everything, unfortunately. So the walls are placed on wall trim. And I want to paint with floor trim like this, but why is it the same freaking color? That's annoying. Maybe now we can see better what's going on. So we want to draw floor trim. And then we want to do wall trim with neither. That's already set up. Looks correct. And in this case, we also want to do those are just going to be straight up floor, I think, with both. So this should be no difference. Plus, shit. What's cyan? Nothing is cyan. Oh, is that because of the grid colors or something? No, those don't exist. How close are we? It's not working. Nope. It would be much easier to just copy this over and then change it so it looks like it should. Whatever the appropriate thing would be. But I want to learn it, so we want it to be wall trim, and we want these to be read, write, occupy. Make sure these are set to that. Oh, that must be read. And these should all be. Well, no, those are actually floor now that I think of it. These should be floor because the trim doesn't match there. Okay. Go. It's semi-working. One of them is still not. So the downwards facing ones didn't work. Why are you like this? Maybe I'm making a too complicated, too configurable system here. It sure feels like it. Lots of headaches today. Both of the south ones are weird now. That's for sure. That's already set up. And then we can just try making it simple and say should match floor trim with nothing there, 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 and there. That seems right. And then floor with both there, and that's already what's set up. So why doesn't it work then? Turn off the walls, it will just leave those empty is what I'm thinking. Regenerate this. No, if I turn off the walls it works. So are these now higher priority, so it should always come first? Why do you have to be like this? It works for that, but not for that. And they're set up exactly the same. Oh, it double matches. I think that's what's happening. It is correct. It's just that the walls are matching when they shouldn't be. Yep. Do you see that? That's wrong. Wrong. You want to write both. Read and write on those. That's why it didn't work. There we go. Now, it's more or less correct. We need to offset these to be the right thing. So with like wall trim, this should be another, it should be 14. Is that the one? Uh, 14 doesn't seem right. Let's take a look. Is it 13? No. Let's go check. So this is 13, 12, it should be something like that, 12. 15, 14, 13, 12, yes, 12. Um, 12 has an issue there. I knew that already. Can fix that, and also if that is 15 or whatever it is, we should remove that thing. Then we have the issue where it's not so dark, this texture, but it is this part. Worst like layer structure in the known universe. Impossible to find it. Oh, it's multiple of them. 14 and 14 copy? That's fine. Okay. There we go. Now we got to trim around. The problem is those corners. We don't care that much about that, do we? Do care about the purple shining through though. I want to try also to duplicate this, make a copy of it, and make a bigger one so that it can match a bigger without instantiating like 100 colliders here. I don't think even these need colliders, do they? The walls are already doing that, so maybe simplify that. Now what happens if I do this? Well, I'm not checking that it's not free, so what am I trying to optimize here? To have fewer renderers, because that's not gonna do that. But I could turn off this. If I remove that for now and then scale this up 3 times and moved it so it's centered. See if that works. Yeah, it sort of does. But not quite, because oh, it's not set up to match these things either, so I think if I play it will validate, and no. Just messed up. But it doesn't sense this, so it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, maybe keep it easier. The thing is, what I want to do here is partially just give us a little bit more room to work with from the start. And then when I add the rooms, I usually have like 6 or something. That's a lot of like instantiation here. Probably bad on like the Nintendo Switch. Also, it didn't quite. It's not quite enough. For the front part here, but it would have been if there was like one more. Set it to 8, but it's so much extra. Ooh, I think I pressed 145 or something. Thank you. Oh no, I did it again. There we go. That's better. It would be nice if I could, without like opening up all of these, just do a preview of each step. Dub, dub. There's a lot of waste here. How about just do the wall trim and pick a proper background color so you don't have to render any tile outside of the level. I need to do a little bit at least, and then maybe we can do what you're saying. But we need to obscure or occlude some of the stuff in there. Like sometimes I place this big thing, so either like what I could do is have like a stencil map to draw the insides of this somehow, but I don't exactly know how to do that properly. Now it takes a while to do this because of the big like that 8. Do you think 3 would be enough to hide? You can sort of see where it ends. Not quite. Wait, didn't that work? Oh, that was not the right thing. It's this. What is adding extra here? Doing this, we're actually saving a lot. What is... Yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. We're missing to scale. It seems about right. Yeah. So if I placed a blizzard here, it might show here. That's the problem. That's why I need a little bit more outside. So, my idea before, at least, was to have a big version of this that I can kind of fill up many of these. Filling that entirely in, and if I make this just see how it matches. I think like it will sometimes do things like this where it's not good. But it does cut down on the number of instantiations a lot, so maybe it actually makes sense if we just maybe it doesn't matter if we have many like renderers like this. It's more about the number of times it checks and stuff. I guess this is gonna do a whole bunch of gets still. No, that's super broken. Why? How did I... So it's possible to match this outside of the bounds now, of course. In fact, you can just return. I would have expected this to actually work with these. This one is 0 and 5. And we could give this a higher priority than the other one. But something fishy going on with these. That's what I think. Like, why wouldn't they work out here? This can't be regenerated. No, it wasn't. We should also make it an even number, for the simple reason that the levels, at least in the X direction, mirrored, which means there's always an even number. It's a little bit faster at least, and there are no issues. Where did you see the sea fighting? In the editor or in the play view? Oh, errors. Shit. So how do you fix this? Pretty much means that we gotta not make them at this point it feels like it would have been much easier to just bake the trim here into the wall tiles. There's no way of guaranteeing that this won't happen with the big one. Yes, you compare, that's the time it takes to do it now, and then if I turn this off, that's twice as... It's fine. Screw that shit. But it is slower, but it's not that much slower. So do we do a foliage step next? That's independent of like all this shit. The old tiles kind of sort of works. New file. Spawn foliage grid. Well. Public transform foliage prefabs. I can just call them prefabs, I guess. We check in floor generator. Yeah, we need spawn points. So here we got the distance to wall thing. It also has a little bit of purling noise in it. And then we don't do it if it's under a threshold. We also count. So we gotta add like a I'll just take a quick break. Ooh. That doesn't look right. That's better. No, we need this. One, two, three. I'm gonna need some kind of. Oh no. Why is this taking so long? Was it that many? Damn it. Come on. Yeah, let's fix the bug too. Forgot to set this to root. It's actually good, otherwise they would be in the root of the scene. They just return here, so we're not getting that again. Put the foliage there. Now we can re-enable that function. It's weird in here. So it's needing some kind of offset. I think potentially, or we should set the local position. The foliage, yeah, the foliage needs to go here to regenerate, and still not correct, or is it? It seems correct now, yes. But it's spawning things outside of the play area, so we should only spawn them on 2 types. Public room grid tile type array. Spawn on types. Or spawn on types contains wait. Oh, wait, we're also doing one more thing. This thing should also include that. Yes. Cool. So now we can add... Why are you so slow? Only floor and floor trim. It's pretty fast, but it takes like half a second or something. We need to set up like a threshold and a few things like this. So public float threshold. I'll set that to 0.5 or something, and or well, I guess we will make a calculation here. If v is less than threshold, continue. So that's the first thing. The second part is taking out this calculation I did here with the Perlin noise. Where did we go? Here. And this is gonna be the a thing. So hopefully this can sometimes push us over the threshold or something. I don't know yet. So maybe we should start by just setting the value of V to be this. Now we can see these. So what we could do is do plus and then we'll have our a multiplier on this. If we did oh, this can go up to, oh well, Try to introduce more noise here. Should be creeping up like this. Yes, it does. We can decrease the threshold to spread it and get as much as we want. Reduce the noise. We should also have it like a max. So we do like random. Should thin it out quite a bit in dense areas. Yes. Okay, so how does this look now? We're approaching where we were a while ago. I really want to burn this. Seems like an obvious thing to do. Okay, cool. So how hard would it be now with this new to just duplicate this wall here? Make it a bit bigger. So take this, duplicate it, and then copy some part like this torch. And this wall maybe? No. Torch and cube. Copy those. Made that previously 4 units. That's probably a better spread. Increase. And then I get these. And now you can see it didn't spawn here, but it did spawn here, which is weird. Also, I mean, we could increase the yeah, but now the level is no longer symmetrical, and that's one of the things that I actually wanted to do with this. So one idea is like after I've instantiated all the stuff on one of the sides, I just copy all of them and flip them to the other side, scaling the parent with -1 or something. How are you telling the room generator script to use the wall templates you're creating? The room grid matcher has a matcher root, and then I just do components.get components in children. sure why this didn't work. Or why didn't... because it doesn't, like when I press play, it doesn't regenerate. Now it happens. At times. Stand on the void. What's the scale? The scale is 3 here. It would be nice if I didn't have to take the trim versions of the types into account here. Hello, Ghost Mars. How are you doing today? Cool. For example, if I wanted to make something that matches here. I would have to like do, say I do 3. I got to take that trim into account as well. Let's experiment with the mirror thing. My idea is to take X and not start it at here, but start it at 0 instead. And then just grab the root, duplicate that and say scale it -1. And then I would expect that to actually work in terms of really everything. unless there is something that overlaps here. But maybe there is some, and the way it would overlap is that since sometimes I have negative stuff, but yeah, so what I could do is to instantiate this root object inside of itself and then change the scale to -1. Then that would be properly removed and so on. So this ends here. You just do like instantiate root. The position will be root dot position. Quaternion will be root dot rotation, and finally root will be the thing, and then local scale equals new vector 3 -1 1 1. So maybe that actually works. Looked weird. I think it's gonna work when we do this, because the problem comes from... Ooh. What is going on here? Is it the... doesn't work. Clear. I think it doesn't get cleared out properly. This is like multiple root object is what I'm getting. Because now we have the whole thing. This is only in the editor, I would guess, because... Oh, and by the way, it says box colliders don't support negative scale. I'm not even sure if that's true. So let's turn this off, clear, press once, and try it out. Oh, I'm inside the wall, but I can't get back in. Oh, we need to generate a starting position too. Let's do this. Let's simplify and instead of destroying the children of root, yeah, we can do that, but I think my other thing already does that. I don't think that matters. We can try. If I like turn this off and clear and regenerate, it always removes this. And it's not going to be inside of root. We're going to create another object that's going to be the root, and then we're going to so we do this var or side is new game object, side, can we put in side, well we'll do side as the transform, set parent, that's gonna be root, and then local position is gonna be transform vec3 0. Cool, and then everything we spawn is gonna be inside of side, and then we'll copy side into root and scale that instead. I'm not sure that's gonna help, but maybe. That seems to have worked. Not sure why, but it can have to do with some stuff. Gotta do something about the grass. Render the grass on the entities camera instead. Is there a foliage? There's grass pushers. That's not what we want. Matchers. Create a layer for foliage. That should mean that this red is on the foliage layer, and now we can go to our main camera and not render that there. But the entities camera, why is it still visible? It should not show up. Ah, it's because of. There we go. Now the entities camera can take that. Doesn't seem to work though. Or not well, at least. Changed my mind. I want it on this layer. Because I want it to be affected by that, but we need to change the shader so that it uses a fallback shader. That's what I'm thinking, at least. These are not. What? Oh, that's that's a shadow. Never mind. These are using swaying foliage and then swaying grass. Should be like fallback, transparent cutout or something. But that's not gonna work. Because if I do that, it's not going to be drawing. The offsets are not going to be in there. It's going to look weird with the like the wall shader has fallback diffuse and that works, but it doesn't work here. I don't know if that fallback shader is going to be doing anything really. Actually, no. The transparent cutout doesn't write to this. Well, it doesn't write to the shadow buffer. There is something like that. So maybe what we need is to actually use Unity vertex shader that works with ambient occlusion, and then we'll probably have to tree leaf. Oh, this is interesting. Does not work. $2012 though. fall back off. What's this? Is this doing something smart? No. You can kind of see how the ambient occlusion thing is drawn on top of the grass here in the corners. So we need to create a shadow. Unity. Shader. Custom. Well, shader. Custom shadow pass. I want to sample my own shadows. Can we debug and see? Because they're obviously using the depth buffer, aren't they? I don't know. That's what here. There's a frame debugger too in here somewhere. Like a whole bunch here. 700. That's probably a bad sign. Play depth texture. So this is the top-down texture, and then this is the thing that I'm interested in, I think. Oh, I've done like Unity, Shadow, Cost, Sprite. I've done this before, I know, sort of, but there is a... I guess we could look at what happens with there's one of those. Let's make it big and move it maybe somewhere here. Actually, let's copy that and then we'll make our own little scene here. Let's turn off the room generator for a second and create like a plane, a cube, and another cube. And then the grass thing. So, okay. It looks like... Oh, wow. I think that's because it's scaled. Okay. Can't quite see it on that sprite. Maybe we pick something that should be more visible. Yes, here we can see it. You see that line going across here? That is the ambient occlusion not taking this sprite into account. So this is the test setup. This is what we need to fix. And the way to fix it is to make this cast a shadow. And I don't know that this works, but you can tell it to cast shadows and receive shadows. But I don't think this works. Because that's not how like sprite renderers work. So even if we set it up here, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, and this doesn't really help, so that's not how to fix it. Hello, Selderd. Thank you. So if I put in, let's say, one of the default shaders, this would work. But then it wouldn't move, of course. I guess what I could do is convert my shader to a surface shader. We can try that and see how easy that would be. And just have it export in the... Well, we can try that immediately. Materials, and then just make it a foliage, call it foliage. And make it like a cutout. We pick the whatever. What could it be called? Didn't I create a, or I know that I did, but I don't know what it's called. It's like a sheet of decorations. Let's use this thing. Let's put this on that. Now it works, but it's lit, so now we can kind of pick the decoration stuff here. And it's kind of weird, unfortunately. But it is correct. It makes it bluish when it's having emission on it. Not sure why. Maybe if I turn off stuff. The idea, at least, is that maybe I can convert my foliage shader to a standard shader, but it's not looking the same as if I'm using an unlit shader. And I'll have to update both the emission and color. But we can try. So shaders, create shader, standard surface shader. Call this like foliage. Sure. So this one doesn't really have the vert part yet, which is the thing that we use. But fine, start somewhere. Here's the foliage shader, and this is going to be like custom, no, foliage, and it sort of works already. This is where we, yeah, okay. It's probably a good idea. So, emission, I'm not sure if you can put this like that. Cool, let's get the clip here. Clip, or C dot A minus 0.5. No. Yes. When I turn off fallback, it will stop casting shadows. There it casts shadows again, good. But it's still not working like that. Is it because of the emission, or is it because of... It is because of emission. So what if we turned off the light and then turn on emission? Will it do anything? There's some like emission, like something too linear or whatever. You can still see it a little bit. There is a way of calculating this in somewhere, like Unity calculate emission in shader or something. But it's not exactly right. It's like Oh well. I guess I don't care that much. So this one now isn't fully because it's multiplied like that. It actually looks correct. Maybe I'm wrong about the foliage thing. What if I stack multiple? Will there be a small... Yeah, there's a little bit of a shading going on between them now. So if I could just modify this shader so that it uses the same kind of features that my other shader does, the Swaying Grass shader. I think it's not that hard. Unity standard shader vertex. Vertex vert, and then this part, I think you can just move shit around. Vertex vert, I'm not sure if it matters what. Convert indentation to spaces. Tab size 2. We don't have that output, but we can do app data for the output input O. So O dot if I do this, does it work at all? It works. I gotta learn this thing. Dot pos. Modify vertex position. This one. We just do v dot vertex xyz plus equals okay, v dot vertex dot x plus equals sin time dot x times 10 no f's. Oh, front line. Yeah, we're moving there. So let's see how our swaying grass shader looked. It was a little bit more advanced. So float for world pause. Vita vertex. That should still be the same. And then if we want to do all of this, you can just get this in here and replace. Oh, we gotta have the texture too. Oh, well, that's fine. We can just say push. I think we do one thing at a time here. If we don't have the texture yet, so we take that out, take this out, and do fix to push equals vec. 6200. Theory that should work, and then wherever it says world pause, o.world pause. Oh, it's only in one place. Nice. Can do that, but I would guess that we need to put the thing there too later on. Cool. Broken. Or I guess we gotta get this in here. So we need another texture. It's gonna be called underscore push text. We have it set up here. Push UVs. Comes from world position divided by blah blah blah, and then push color comes in, and then we can use the actual push color, and maybe we'll be fine. O.vertex. Let's do V.vertex. Looks like it might be a problem. It doesn't render anything now. Probably because we don't have a reference here to the push texture. That's strange. Cool. So they sort of become the weirdest thing I've ever seen, but sure. I think this is because we're like feeding this back into this value. So let's do float for, well, it's o.vertex. That didn't exist, and this weird thing is what we added before. So where it says o.vertex, which doesn't exist, and O is going to be the input for some reason for the next stage. Let's have float for the 3. Float 3 vertex. In theory now we should not see any swaying at all because we're not changing the thing. Oh! I'll be damned, it works. But why is it working? Because we're pushing v.vertex. Yeah, so let's just say v.vertex equals o.vertex. That wasn't good. Nope. Yeah, it would be bad, so I'm totally not showing you on screen right now what that theme would be named or anything. That would be not good at all. Yoey, by the way, I'm turning it into an actual surface shader to get the ambient occlusion working on it. It looks a little bit better with that. Why isn't it showing up now? It's because the V vertex, this thing. Maybe I should, because it works as far as the pushing works, because that works on the direct. I actually don't need to restart. But transferring this like that doesn't work. So what I'm thinking is we don't care about sending the position to the next stage in the shader. What we can do is just remember what it was before. I think O vertex is a float 3. And then we can do like vertex is this, and then it's still sort of pushing it, but it's not swaying it because I'm not copying it back. So the question is, if I just copy it back, it's gonna not be in clip pos space. It should be the world or something. But maybe we can work with it not in clip pos, but in the v.vertex space. If I just do this, does it work? And then don't think that should work. Nope. Maybe this would be a 4. Oh, it works! Nice. It's acting a little bit strange because I think X and Y are like twisted somehow. Oh, look at that. There are more things we need to do if we want to. But it kind of makes sense to maybe have the world, like the non-sprites as actual 3D geometry with an actual... yeah, there's a little bit more of that going on here. But I wonder if it's not quite working, is what I'm thinking, because I think the floor tiles don't write to... These are like... they are mesh renderers with a ground which is transparent cutout. Could simply make them standard material, I guess. And oh, they have some kind of color. Let's put this in the here, and then in theory we should get let's get rid of the foliage for a second here. But the these have another material on them. Yeah, they're on the floor trim material, which is not correct. Standard. The walls in the emission slot. And then we probably want to do like no speculars or anything. And I'm not sure. I don't know if I need to regenerate, but maybe. So what this does is, you can see it here, it starts to actually do the a little bit of the ambient occlusion, giving this more of an actual 3D feel. Okay. See if we can do something about the foliage. There's a lot of it when we do this. We could reduce the or increase the threshold, I guess, to make it fewer. We could multiply. We could put in a multiplier on the count. We've got max per tile, and we can just say, like, instead of math clamp, we can do iPod Touch. Okay, I take that as a, I don't know, but maybe it's it's a good one. So we have the value coming in, which is like modified by the multiplier of the, or the modified by the noise. The value between 0 and 1. And then we add a random number here. So is this the same as saying, because V is never gonna be, yeah, V can be bigger. It's wall distance plus something that's clamped. We could be really nasty and do this. Public animation curve. Count curve. And then we take our thing here and we do like mathf round to int, count curve, and multiply or check what evaluate V becomes. That becomes our count. I think we're having a little bit too much vignetting. Potentially have 2 layers of vignetting. Get rid of that. Maybe it's fine, but it should be much less. But that is more my thing. Okay, so what was I working on? This point curve, right. So normally what this does is nothing because we don't have anything. So if we do 1 to 1, we can get a maximum of 1 when the value is 1. If I bring this down, set it at, if there is 0, it's 0. And then it can go up higher, and it should pop in more of them, yes. We can make it like steeper and whatever, however we want it. It feels reasonable that it's unlikely that it becomes like more than whatever the value is here, so maybe take it up to here. Value is 5, time is 1. I think that 5 is too high. 3 maybe? And then if I wanted more at lower levels, kind of hard to control it this way. Hello. Something about the scale too. They're a little bit too big. That's okay. tops. I wonder if we need the shadow below now that we have the ambient occlusion going in. Save that. Jag har inte sett henne på hela dagen. Ja, jag var nere och hittade henne, men hon var inte varit uppe. Let's reduce the wind amount slightly. We can do that in the foliage shader. Let's add a range wind 0 through 2 and 5. We can also do like wind amplitude and wind frequency. This one should be like 250 or something, or 500 maybe. The right range, 200, 0, and then we need to get those values, so we get like wind amplitude and wind frequency, and then we take like this is wind frequency and wind frequency divided by 3. It's like wind offset something. And then this is the wind amplitude. Divided by 2 apparently. Yeah, there are 2 different like layers of wind going on. Okay. Materials, swaying, foliage. Not the right one, it should just be foliage. And we have amplitude. Just make it really big or reasonable. Around here maybe, a little bit more. I think my rooms are really ugly too. Aren't there good rooms anymore? I don't know what happened now. Oh, I probably put in 44. That's gonna be, let's say, slow. Let's change the scale, room grid step scale to be a range between 1 and 8 or something. 1 and 5. Maybe 8. So 8 would be terrible, but it's not 40 terrible. We just pressed play, right? So it's not... We're not gonna lose much for killing Unity. I hope. I think we're coming up towards the end here. I am getting really tired. We've been at it for 6.5 hours now, so haven't eaten anything either. I need to do that. Yeah, it's pretty much no loss. So scale is now easier to handle. Take out the pits. Why? Oh, these aren't filled in with wall. Okay. No, we're inside the wall. We haven't figured out a way to spawn the player in a good place yet. I think we can fix that by just moving the thing like this. Thinking this thing actually looks better, but I think what should happen is I should redraw these with the correct Oh, the frequency stuff didn't take. Foliage. Less amplitude, much less frequency. Should also have a way to here it is. Let's have a push amplitude also. Doing the same like this. Now nothing happens. Doesn't work at all. Spelled it wrong. It didn't help though. Okay. So how come that value is strange calculation there, but as soon as I add this, it's gonna not work, and I'm not sure why. Now it works. Now we can tune how much we want it to push. All right, we're actually only pushing when we're moving now. I forgot about that. .5 is good. Let's do that. Okay. So what do we have? There should probably be a max value to it. We should saturate these values. Oh wait, not push. Should still work the exact same. So put in semicolons. Why isn't it working at all, though? $48. So it's called Saturate. Maybe. Not called Saturate. What's the HLSL clamp? Unity shader clamp length of vector. I want the shader version. Is there a clamp? No. So I guess we could do if. I don't care. I think we're done for the day. My brain is totally shot now, so I think I'm gonna go be daddy for a second. But we made some good progress on converting over what we had before to this new framework. It's still not perfect, but we'll see. Yeah, like the game already exists. I'm just remaking the procedural generation part. So this game already exists pretty much. A boomerang spell, like I haven't worked on any gameplay stuff in forever, it feels like. So yeah, we're working on a slightly improved version of this thing here, like a level generation. That's what we've been doing the last couple of days. This one worked, but it was extremely one long file. And yeah, the architecture is not scalable at all. So you can see what this does. Anyways, so I'm going to log off now. So let's see if there's anyone who wants a raid over on twitch.tv. Thanks, Frontline. Maybe someone new today. Intro to programming. boxing game. I don't know what this is. Let's do it. 69 too. It's nice. Yeah. Thank you for hanging out today, people. I'll be back someday, maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, but soon. We'll do some more of this. So hugs and kisses.
I had
See you
some
around.
kid in here earlier asking me like the names for certain technical things, and I feel